something you wish. Then drop on the deck and flop like a fish. Ready? SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants.
Doesn't matter what happened. Good, man. I don't want to play this game ever again. It's just
That wasn't
boring. Fucking terrible game.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Hey, Mr.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Thanks.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Bubble Hey, Mr.
Thank you.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Say hello to my little bubble friend. I got it. Say hello to my little bubble friend. SpongeBob, control the launch to go. Say hello to my little bubble friend. Hey, Mr. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Practicing.
I'm Bill.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Bubble power!
Congratulations, SpongeBob. You beat my best time. Here's a...
SpongeBob speed control the launch to go. Say hello to my little bubble friend. SpongeBob speed control the launch to go. SpongeBob speed control the launch to go. SpongeBob speed control the launch to go. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Here we are in...
All the launch to go. All the launch to go. All the launch to go.
The graveyard.
Whatever, I'm just gonna practice this.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Have a good night, thank you. Okay, I get it.
What?
No more runs.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Well. Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time. They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow! a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 on the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
It's really fun.
You've just met the sponginess.
Best RNG ever.
Sometimes pushing a simple button is
always.
satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Best game ever.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go!
Hey,
Yeah. Hey, Werewolf, thanks for 35 months, man. I appreciate it.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
well.
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go!
Hey, We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow! That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Thank you.
Hey! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow! You've just met the Sponginator.
Yeah, man. That was really stupid.
Kabam! Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
Thank you. Yeah, we're doing some internal stuff right now, like figuring out
What's
like what the list of influencers we want to have come to the event, which influencers and companies we want to try and like see if they'll support monetarily, stuff like that. We're kind of like doing like that kind of stuff at the moment, like pausing outreach and just like getting our own like internal stuff together.
Number 1.
That's what I'm gonna be working on when I get off. Getting all the people I've been talking to, it's like potential people on the list. Yeah.
There's another one. Cowabunga!
That could have been better. He's done better performances too.
Number one in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
That's not what it's about for him. I doubt that's why he did it. I think that the mission was accomplished, but yeah, it was definitely a little lower budget.
With sleep, drink.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
For
Ow! Ow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey! We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow! ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Hey! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. You just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Thanks, man.
Kerplooey! Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate it, man.
What?
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom.
Here's another one. Flying squirrel, come through. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running.
with sleep, drink.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Perfect. Just perfect, man.
Ow!
Just perfect.
Heck! What?
I feel like I should be working.
Phew! What so? That. Spot your. Fart. Hi! Whoop.
EMT, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, man.
Looks like the robot's left itself vulnerable. Great Barrier Reef! Now the robot's taking a beating out there. The robot better change tactics and fast. Flying! The old clothesline move. The robot's losing its head. What a shocking takedown by Patrick. Flying! The old clothesline move. Oh, nice flying, head thing move by Patrick. Wow, I've never seen such an electrifying match. clothesline move! Whoa-ho! What an opening for a guy literally filled with openings! Oh, what an uppercut! Sling! The old clothesline move! Nice move by SpongeBob! This match is just about over. Sling! The old clothesline move! That rope!
Hey.
Sorry. Up we go. Keep. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
It's a little better.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, what's up? It's fine. It's for a brand new controller. It's the best you can really expect, but it'll probably be better in like a week, I assume. This run's not good, but whatever.
Welcome to the...
Yeah, I'm using that, yeah.
Hunt 3 years running. Thank you.
You got scammed. How'd you get scammed?
There's nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning. Smells like victory.
So, that bubble...
Sand Mountain.
I hate this run. Not a fan.
So, do you... that...
Oh, that's fucking bullshit, yeah.
So, that...
It's insane. They actually try that shit.
So, that...
That's so fucked up. They put a third party inside the box of an OEM and just sealed it back up.
So, that...
Can you send a picture of that in Discord? Like, I need to see that. That's just so insane that, like, I need to see that. It's just such a ridiculous story that I have to know.
So, that...
Yeah, I just want to fucking see that, dude. It's like so absurd that I just have to see it. Just drop that in the general chat, because that's just like the most insane thing I've ever fucking heard. Like, they actually fucking tried that shit. I mean, I just buy them on like this, like the same shit, like online marketplaces, but it doesn't really matter like where you're buying it from. It's just like that guy's just a fucking scammer, like straight up.
That's the ticket!
That's insane, dude. Yeah, thanks, man.
Do-si-do, and around you go! taking a beating out there.
Thanks, yeah.
Do-si-do, and around you go.
I don't like this run, but it's still a run, I guess. I kinda got screwed over, honestly.
What is Sandy going to do to get SpongeBob unfrozen? Do-si-do, and around you go. That hot goo could melt anything.
Tell me about it. They're actually all terrible. If you want the opinion from somebody who's speedran with an Xbox controller for 20,000 hours, they're all just terrible.
One more
The
douse
only way
with
is
that
making our
stuff,
own.
and SpongeBob will be back in the ring.
Which is what we're doing now. We're trying to make our own now.
That does it. SpongeBob is back in the fight.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
Look at that. The robot's made himself dizzy. Do-si-do, and around you go. The robot better change tactics and fast. Do-si-do, and around you go.
I'm... Say hello to my little bubble friend.
The marmalade.
Squid. Bubble power.
Where are all the security?
SpongeBob taking all the launch to go.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Keep. Congratulations, SpongeBob. You beat my best time. Here's a...
SpongeBob, you know who wants to go.
I've got... Say hello to my little bubble friend. Bubble.
Here we are in...
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
SpongeBob, you know who wants to go.
Huh? Say hello to my little bubble friend. Huh? Oh.
Hey.
Last. Say hello to my little bubble friend. Hey, Mr.
What?
SpongeBob is in control. The launch to go. SpongeBob is in control.
So that's
The graveyard.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
SpongeBob is in control. The launch to go.
Ahoy! What?
They serve food here, yes, but they don't serve love.
And here we are, folks, the main event. A gauntlet of ever-increasing ferocity. Looks like the robot's left itself vulnerable. Dosey. Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Stupid. So bad, dude.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
close, man. It was already over, dude. It's over a long time ago.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
You fucking kidding me, man?
What?
Hello to my little bubble friend.
Fuck this game, man. It's fucking garbage and just fuck off forever, dude.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Control the launch to go.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Control the launch to go.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Why? Okay, man. Okay.
Control the launch to go.
What?
Good.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Control the launch to go.
Okay.
And here we are, folks, the main event. A gauntlet of ever-increasing ferocity. There's the rope.
Get out of here, man.
Say hello to my little.
That's the ticket. SpongeBob has an opening, but will he get the drop on the robot? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Kidding me, man. I want to actually look at what that run was like. That sucks. This was really bad too. What the fuck? Like 20. Like fucking 20. Oh my god, dude. That was like 20. This was like 15, right? 16. It's insane. It's like 35, 36 right there. Even with missing the cage. Even with missing the cage. This was still easily a 40, even with missing the goo cage. Because I lost like over 20 here. So like if I got ballroom like second try, if I got this like second try, and we didn't miss fast nut, everything else the same, not messing up the final boss, would have been 40. That's so easy, dude. Like, this wasn't even a good start. Just, like, not even below 27 minutes is just garbage. Really? We're fucking 10:47 at the beginning. 40 is just fucking garbage, dude. It's, like, not even hard. It's, like, actually not hard at all. Like, we already knew that, but, like... kind of more obvious how much of a joke it is now. Like you had like the cage, okay, sure, like cage happens first try, you know. Some other shit goes a little better, that's like 10 seconds, including the cage, 6 seconds. Get a better start that's like 10 more seconds, easily. 10 to 15. Sub 40-40 is like, I just need a good run, man. It's nothing crazy anyway.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant
It's really just
robot
nothing
brain?
insane at this point. Controller's starting to feel good in my hands though.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
That was like the easiest 41 I've ever gotten in my entire life, dude. It's like literally like free.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
I have no idea. Probably somewhere in the 30s, maybe. I just don't finish a lot of runs. I don't know. It's very easy to just get a 42. Like, just make a mistake and then just automatically 42.
I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, thanks. It's just so frustrating. I mean, give it a month and we'll evaluate where we are and then decide what we'll do. What day did we do 100% 2 years ago?
They'll
Go.
St. Patrick's Day was the day that we switched the day after. We'll give it until then.
Hey,
We'll give it until Leprechaun Day. I'll fucking take a green shit after drinking my fucking green dye. I don't even know. When I take my leprechaun shit, we'll do 100%.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. How?
No. If sub hour happens in 100%, it'll probably take like longer than the time that I have left able to play the game. Like, I'd probably be like too old to play by the time that actually is a thing. So it might just never happen.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Ace wouldn't even be used in 100%, so it just might just not happen then. Sub 105 will probably happen someday though.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
I think that's a pretty good sign though that I mean that 41 was like actually so fucking bad and still just felt really easy to get it. That's not gonna save 5 minutes, dude.
downtown.
It's saving like a minute.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
It's very hard to comprehend how much time 5 minutes is in the context of something like that.
You've just met the Sponginator.
You prefer it until you just see swingerless resets. I mean, the grass is always greener. I get it. You've been watching this for 2 years. It's been a long time. I understand, but there's nothing in this game that's like really fun anymore. It's all just sweating.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
What's...
It's refreshing actually being able to hear my thoughts now that my PC fans are so quiet. I don't see anything in 2 years, man. I'm not looking 2 years ahead as far as concrete decisions. Like I don't make decisions 2 years from when I do them.
There's another one.
I mean, that's just like what it is. Like
Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
the game evolves, and like obviously knowing what we know now, going back to the old stuff's not going to be fun. There's really like nothing you can do. Like just because it's not fun now doesn't mean that it wasn't fun when it was fast, you know. Like, things just get boring. Things get boring and things become annoying to play. Like for one reason or another.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
I'm not suggesting we go back to old strats. It's the exact opposite. Like you just have to keep going, but like you can acknowledge that like when the cutting edge was more fair to the player, it was a better game to play. Like what's so difficult about that? This is absolutely not even close to being as fair as the game used to be like 6 or 7 years ago. Not even in the ballpark of being fair at this point. Does that mean we go back? No, like it's over. Like, going back doesn't make sense, but you can acknowledge it at least.
With sleep,
Drink. Ow! 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 Ow!
You want me to fucking stand up and say, yeah, man.
Ow!
The game's never been better to play.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Are you ready, kids?
It's not best possible time is a misleading label for what that number is. That's the best way I can explain it.
well.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Yeah, that's not what it literally means.
They'll
Go.
Hey.
Yeah, it's gonna differ game to game. Like, typically the harder the game, the bigger there is a disparity between the some of best segments and personal best
I'm going fishing for
at
robots.
this level of play. Harder, less inconsistent games have a bigger gaps, like shorter, more consistent games tend to be closer. Like Mario Bros. 1, they're like literally 0.3 off. Whereas like in the first split, like, can you imagine like resetting this if you lost 0.3 on the first split? Like this run would already be over. It's like 3D games already, like they just can't be optimized like that, like point blank, just can't be done. So you just add like dimensions to the game, like you go from 2D to 3D. You add factors to the run that can't be controlled. You add factors to the run that like cross over into other splits and affect other splits. You add tricks that are inconsistent, you add tricks that are really difficult, physics that are inconsistent, like variants to certain tricks, like even if you get them first try, you get different amounts of time saved off of your run. Like
I should do it again sometime.
there's too much, way too much to control. You just can't control everything in this run. You can do a pretty reasonable job doing it, but you're still gonna get like flukes where you just save a shit ton. Can't really control that.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
It's not really about the routing, it's more about like you're managing your literal pace, your sock pace, your shiny pace.
downtown.
You're managing all of that in the run.
Number 1 in the bikini
Damage
bottom
animations
scavenger
are part of it, like
Here's
loading
running.
screens varying by frames is part of it. UCBs and cruise boosts in general having different speeds and stuff. It's like almost impossible to control all that. And if it's not like literally random, you're just not gonna get the same run every time.
You just met the sponginator.
Yeah, it's just a non-stop cycle of getting frustrated at something, and then you just do it enough until it's like tolerable, and then you get a run with it, and then you just add more things that you can barely tolerate, and then just do that until you stop getting upset. It's just like that, you know. I wouldn't have been able to handle what we're doing now. I would have quit. If this were the bar 7 years ago, I probably wouldn't have tried, honestly. I can't really say for sure what I would have done, but it's a figure of speech, I guess, you know, not, you know what I'm saying.
What?
Like, I don't know what I would have done, but it certainly would have been a much tougher and longer adjustment if we were going from like stuff from 6 years ago straight to what we're doing now.
Number one.
Yeah, I finished at 41 earlier. I guess, like, in that regard, it's going fine, but I just wish I had more time to play, dude. I've been so busy with stuff. I don't think that's what's stopping me from getting a run, though. But I do think that if I had more time to play,
There's
I
another
could
one.
get more runs.
Flying squirrel, come through.
I got my 4103 when I was, like, playing Incredibles, like, in the second half of my stream, so it's probably not even like a time thing, but more time doesn't hurt, you know? It's hard to cheat in this game. It's hard to lie about your times in this game. If somebody tried to claim world record tomorrow and had video proof for it, first off, nobody would believe them. No matter who it is, nobody would believe them. Second, we'd know exactly like where to look to make sure like there's no splicing or weird things going on. Like it's too hard to cheat, and there's not really a big incentive to cheat. And like it's literally like that, where if you try to claim world record in this game, nobody would even believe you, even if you had video proof. Like people would be combing that shit like crazy. Yeah. People would want to see like the whole VOD leading up to the run that happened, stuff like that. Especially if it wasn't streamed. Nobody would believe that for this game if somebody got a record out of the meme at this current time. It wouldn't make sense. So people would just go crazy and like try to prove that it's not real, essentially. I'm not gonna argue with you over like who's whatever skill level or whatnot. All I'm saying is that if anybody claimed world record, people would be going through that shit with a fine-tooth comb. Because it'd literally be unbelievable if anybody other than me got a sub 41 in this game right now. Any other discussion is unnecessary. Requiring games to stream their top times. In a perfect world, I would prefer it that way. But at the same time, like, I'm subject to the same rules. Like, I make effort to stream my runs, but if I lose internet for a day and I still want to do runs, that would kind of suck ass if I had to sit and not do runs for a day. so I don't know. I think for like a 5-minute game like Mario Bros, maybe it makes sense, but I feel like at least requiring people to submit their like full VOD of like attempts leading up to the run, like that's like valid. You know, I feel like that's a good compromise. Because a lot of people just stream for like 10 viewers anyway, like who's really looking at it, you know? It might just be overkill to require something like that. Yeah, and unlike PC specs as well, like recording and local recording at the same time, like streaming and local recording at the same time is not something everybody can do. I don't know, man. I'm down for just requiring VOD proof though. If it's not streamed, if there aren't a lot of eyes on it, VOD proof is fine. You're such a fucking bitch, dude.
You've just met.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
So, that's...
Yeah. I mean, my internet's just fucking...
Your treasure...
The amount of money that I pay per month for such shit internet is actually just robbery, dude. So I get it. It's a scam. Through and through, it's a scam. I'm pretty sure that worked. Sup?
Looks like the robots left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef. Now the robot's taking a beating out there.
I pay $120 a month for like fucking 50 up. It's actually just stupid. It's literally just stupid, dude.
The robot better change tactics and fast.
Yeah. Yes. 50 up. That's how bad it is, man. It's like $120 a month.
Spelling! The old clothesline move.
It's literally the worst you can get. It's the best you can get here, I mean. My area is pretty underdeveloped when it comes to like fiber optics and shit.
Down by Patrick.
Moving is down, like I'm down to move at some point. Yeah, my download speed's like 300 or something like that. It's serviceable. It's still shitty, but yes, Meph is correct, yeah. A lot of it has to do with like where companies are willing to lay cables. So if there's like no reason to compete, like if they can't lay their cables,
Nice flying
and there's already an ISP there, they just milk the shit out of it.
By Patrick.
This is a proprietary engine, but the graphics are handled by Renderware. Yeah, it's pretty fucking terrible, dude. And like, I'm down to move at some point. Like, I'm down. I just don't like. I don't really know exactly what I want. Like, I definitely have the money to move, but I don't want to like end up somewhere where I regret it. You know. I like to just like make sure that the thing that I want is what I want. Like with the car that I just bought, like I found the exact car that I wanted. Everything about it was exactly what I wanted, and then I spent money. I don't want to just like move for the sake of moving and make like an impulsive decision. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm prepared, don't get me wrong, but like I just feel like it's a waste of money.
Oh, what an uppercut!
Yeah, we have a snapback capacitor in this controller. It works pretty well, actually. It's not perfect, but it definitely makes the controller much more usable. And, it's crazy we waited this long to try this, because they've had this technology for like 6 years. They use it in Smash, they use it in like speedruns for like GameCube games. Same exact technology, you just gotta solder it. Can be reused too, I'm sure. I should probably learn how to solder, honestly. Wouldn't hurt. Yeah, Zim's working on a Hall effect controller with digital buttons, so... Probably just wait for that. Those will last like a year. I don't like modern controllers, I'd prefer just to fix the ones we use. Good, man. I couldn't ask for a better way to lose 10 seconds. Couldn't ask for a better way. This is just the best day of my life.
Up we go! Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye,
They have adapters like that, but they have delay. Like noticeable delay, in my opinion.
Well,
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Such a fun game, dude.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
So it's not a stick, it's a PCB. It's a tiny PCB that's soldered to like
they'll
the back of the board. So it reads the inputs that are going through the control stick and it's filtering out spikes in frequency. Yeah, thanks. works. It's just an electronic thing. Like the sticks themselves, like everything is the same except there's a little tiny printed circuit board inside the controller that's soldered to the main board. It literally, you can't even see it. You wouldn't know it's there unless you put it there yourself, or like knew somebody put it there, I guess. Snapback capacitor mod, maybe. It's for GameCube. It's for GameCube, but it works the same for this. Like, all it's doing is just, like, reading frequencies. Like, you move the control stick, a frequency goes through, and then it kind of, like, balances it. So, like, if there's a sudden spike of frequency in one direction that doesn't feel natural, it just ignores it, basically. That's how it works. It was developed for the Smash Bros. Players because the revised GameCube controllers they put out when the newer Smash games started coming out like 10 years ago had this issue where the new controllers were snapping back and like causing them to lose dash back, or like it wouldn't like register like the wrong input when they're dashing. So somebody developed a mod that ignores those inputs essentially. It's not perfect.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, you would think that it doesn't. You would think that it would have issues like that, but it just feels like you're playing on an old controller. That's basically like, essentially what it feels like. Because if you think about it, if you've been using a controller for like 3 months,
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
it's not gonna feel as responsive as it did when you first got it. You know. It's literally just a mod to make the controller less responsive.
Downtown.
It's funny, but like, that's the kind of shit that a game like this needs, though, because the game is just like, it's way too sensitive to touch.
Scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Takes all those inputs. Makes a massive difference.
You've just met the Sponginator.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. The older ones degrade to have snapback, but the newer ones just have it out of the box, yeah. Nerzak, thank you for the 17 months, man. Appreciate it.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom Scavenger Hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
Probably the best game ever made.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom Scavenger
That
Hunt,
seals it for me.
3 years running. Thank you.
Well, man.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you!
Yeah, because the fob lets you set the dead zones, yeah. It's exactly where we're at now.
Well,
Zim actually has the controller technology done, he just has to like print a circuit board. That's pretty much where he's at now. Like everything's working. Could even just be done like next month, honestly. Could be almost ready to use. But when I visited him, I saw his setup, like, he's picking the parts very carefully too, like he really wants it to feel exactly like an OG controller, but just not break in 3 months, basically.
Hey.
Having to like relearn BRC every day. because of control stick angles.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Yeah, we were working together on that. He was the one who suggested to just download the hard disk instead of just using the disk. That was his idea. Yeah.
Welcome.
That was the last resort, but
Yeah.
it's hard to imagine the game without that
I
now,
make myself a
definitely.
snack, but there's no time.
He's been in school for the last 4 years for electrical engineering, so it just kind of works out. Like, he has the knowledge to be able to do something like this now. It's pretty cool. We're just gonna like revise history and say that he went back to school just for the sole purpose of making these controllers. Like, what a martyr.
Hey.
Because I remember when he was just starting school, around the time when the pandemic was winding down. Maybe it was a little bit before that, I don't know. I think it might have actually been before that, because he's gone through undergrad at this point.
I'm going fishing for robots.
He's going for his master's now.
Pow!
Yeah, it's... shit's just beyond me, dude. Yeah, man. You guys gotta keep your jobs so you can stay subbed to me. Right? I mean, the stock market's doing alright right now, but, you know. I never want to, like, feel like streaming is, like, holding me back. I always want it to be part of my life and not, like, a burden. Guys? Yeah, that's relatable to a lot of people, I'm sure. Getting a bachelor's to work at Starbucks. Crazy, dude.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Yeah, I personally don't care about games not being interesting anymore, or like I guess like the narrative is that people don't like games anymore. But it is a little concerning if video games are just phasing out, if people aren't entertained by them anymore. Yeah, what does the future look like for like hobbies like this if people don't even want to play games at all?
Hey.
Maybe a bit of an overreaction, but I do notice that a lot of people are just kind of getting bored of games like that. Conquered was a complete flop.
We
Yeah, I'm just cherry picking, but
I'm going fishing for robots.
it probably makes some people think twice about putting that much money into a game if it has the potential to just completely just fall on its ass like that. It just feels like nothing is really guaranteed. Attention's in short supply. There's always going to be a need for teachers, yeah. So much corrupt politics with teaching though, like a lot of people who get into education don't know what they're actually getting into. They're just subject to a bureaucracy and don't even have control over
Is the most satisfying. Push, push,
the
push,
things they're
push.
trying to make a difference in. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, dude. I've known so many people who are or have been teachers, or I've met like acquaintances, and there's always something that they say is like almost a deal breaker for them, but they just stick with it because the kids need somebody to teach them. It's actually just horrifying, dude.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Well, that's the second run in a row we've allowed this to happen.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yep.
I've heard the special ed kids are like much better to be around. But they're just like much more respectful to the teachers, even though like, you know, it can be a little harder to like control, I guess. But I've heard that like high school is obviously like the worst, like early high school to like late middle school is the worst. Drub, thank you for the 5 months.
they'll
Go.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I knew somebody who worked in special ed.
Hey,
They see like the special ed teachers complain the least about the kids and the most about the teachers. 'Cause, like the teachers just want nothing to do with them. Like a lot of the time, the teachers and the staff want nothing to do with these kids because they just find it to be a burden. And like the parents too. Oh my god, I've heard so many terrible stories about like parents with special needs kids who just treat their kids like shit.
we can't jellyfish.
So like it's really just like
going
you're
fishing
getting
for
into
robots.
something that's like you're gonna be dealing with bullshit. You're essentially just like standing in for parents when you get into education, because most parents don't teach their kids anything. Just send them to school. My parents didn't homeschool me, but they did teach me things when I was not in school. Like over the summer, I was required to like read and write and do stuff like that. You know, school wasn't requiring that, but my parents made me do it. Yeah, a lot of parents just don't. They just don't even think about it beyond just like send their kid to school. Which I don't know, that's just not very American to me, in my opinion. Like trusting the government that much with your kid is just not. It's a very anti-American virtue. I don't know where we went wrong with that. I don't want to like trail too far down this topic, but yeah. It'd be nice if parents cared more about the education of their kids for sure.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
It's all gonna be similar, yeah. It's all gonna be similar.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
It's always the parents, yep.
Now I can
It's
wear
always
more
the parents, dude.
underwear.
Like,
This is
everything in life just always goes back to the parents. It's like funny the people who just like try the hardest to not be like their parents just end up being like them anyway. It's like interesting how that works.
Downtown.
It's like adults who are still traumatized by themselves and how they reflect on their childhoods. Like not even always like something the parents did in particular. Some people just cannot move on. Just kids forever.
You just met the sponginator.
Why am I even continuing this? Well, then we just depopulate. So, also, you don't think that would be politically abused if you needed a license to have kids? I mean, like fucking Planned Parenthood and abortion clinics are already politically abused, but it's another topic that we probably shouldn't talk about on this stream. On surface level, it does seem kind of funny that like people are like vetted like crazy for adopting pets, but not for raising kids. I understand why it doesn't make sense to do that, but it is kind of an interesting observation.
What?
We just need better parents. We need better role models, better parents. That enough should motivate us to, like, you know... Too many people are just like, oh, like, I hate myself, I don't want to have kids either, you know?
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt.
Yeah, it's just fucking mash buttons until it fucking... Yeah, dude. Alright. I'm not dedicating my brain to this conversation anymore. It's not worth my time. I've got like an hour.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Thanks. I could sit here and cope and say, at least I finished a run, or I can just try to get this run right now, man.
they'll
Go.
A 5-hour day.
Hey,
That's the second time in recent memory that I got like a 243 graveyard off of missing the cage, though. Like, these are like easy 237s and 236s if I just get to the cage first try.
can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing.
It's amazing a year ago that like sub 250 was considered acceptable, and now like I can literally miss the fucking UCB and still get a 250. What else I've been working on, like with the game, like practicing stuff, or like life. Like the reason why I'm not streaming as much. I'm working on a live event with a few guys. We're trying to replace Pace because it's no longer a thing, and
well,
yeah, the big picture is to kind of like help redirect the culture and speedrunning and Twitch and all that. Long-term plan. Take action for all the things that I complain about on the stream. Basically just putting words into action. But these are all guys, like they're all like high-profile guys who We may not see eye for eye on literally everything, but we agree on most things enough to be able to
Go.
create something and put it in like a positive direction. So
Hey,
I'm hoping it's a success. Need more in-person stuff. But what we're aiming for is like a modernized GDQ that's better for the viewers to watch, better for the attendees to attend, and something that's like not just you're volunteering your time for charity, you're literally being paid to come out and do the run, and you're receiving ad revenue for doing the runs with us. Like, it's not necessarily a non-profit, but we're trying to just put all the profit back into the runners and back into the actual event. That's the goal, because all 4 of us have successful streams and we don't need the money, so we're just using it to try and make speedrunning better, if that makes sense. Like, actually have an event that actually means something to get into again, because like even getting into GDQ is not even a big deal anymore. Hasn't been for a long time. We want to actually create something that feels really, really good to get into, you know? Like beyond just like popularity and like the clout you can obtain from just like being part of it, like a big event. We want people to like legitimately be paid for what they do. Like have some kind of a financial incentive to actually come and do runs for us. It's hard to argue with money. It's hard to argue with money. Everybody likes money. And what better way to show somebody their game is valuable, what they're doing with their game is valuable, than literally pay them to come and play. Because talk is cheap. It's kind of the basis of the idea. We want to really focus on hyping up the runners. Doing more than just speed running to kind of like keep old people who don't speed run around these events. So a lot of these guys who are doing like the Iron Mon, Iron Mario, Iron Zelda challenges and stuff like that, like these guys still like, they still want to be part of the community, but they just get sick of speed running, so we want to like do stuff to keep them around and also like empower the modders who are creating these things too. Like pay them their fair share as well. Franco brother. I haven't heard it, but people are always comparing me to like celebrities and shit. Like I've heard like everything at this point. The only one that I kind of understand is Keanu Reeves because of the hair, but like I've gotten like fucking Andrew Garfield. Yeah, this is a new one. I haven't gotten this one before. But how big do you think it could be? Well, right now we're just focused on. Oh, well, I guess I could actually answer this question straightforward. We think that for our first event we can have 500 people in attendance, like physically there. As far as viewership goes, it really depends on how many influencers we can get to sponsor the event. But we think that 500 for our first event is pretty doable. Especially given what happened with Pace, and Pace was like 400 in attendance and the event is smaller. You know. We're only doing it for 3 days. You know, it's not a charity thing, we're using the money to just get more people to come out to the event. And their fans will probably come too, if they come. Yeah, I think that 500 is a pretty reasonable thing to shoot for. I mean, like, the guys, like, I can just tell you who's involved. It's myself, Cheese, who's big ambassador to the Mario community and also, like, one of the faces of Pace. So, like, that just helps us get all the Pace people in. Like, us two alone brought a lot of people to Pace. And then there's Trihex, like, doesn't need an introduction. You guys already know Trihex has, like, crazy connections. He's been around forever. And Simple Flips is in that same boat as well. So like the 4 of us are running this, and we're pretty confident that we can get at least 500 people to come.
met the sponginator.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. Yeah, these days my primary focus. I used to run a lot of different speedruns for this game. I used to play like 5 different categories back in the day, but over the past several years I've dialed in my focus to just any percent, and occasionally I'll do 100%. Just because I still like the run, but yeah, that's pretty much all I do for this game. I do a lot of other things these days, but yeah, I no longer just like only play this game, so I gotta pick and choose my time that I spend playing it.
Thank you.
Like what I'm doing when I'm playing it. Like, am I playing extension categories when I'm doing this, or am I focusing on lowering any percent, you know? Just gotta make a choice.
What's
Back in the day when speedrunning was like, I could average like 1,500 to 2,000 subs a month. Like, just speedrunning. It was a lot easier to justify just focusing on that, but yeah, it's a different landscape now. At least for now. We're trying to turn the tides, but yeah.
Number 1 in the bikini.
We'll see how that goes. I don't think I met them personally. I know Wee Super. I met him at Summit. We talk sometimes. But yeah, as far as everybody else, I don't really know them, I don't think. Wee Super wants to be involved in this too. He wants to help in some way possible. And like, granted, there are probably going to be some people who are willing to like come out without like people are going to be willing to like pay for their own flights and stuff. So, like, we may not be able to afford a lot of people for the first event. But yeah, ideally we don't want anybody outside of our like circle to have to pay for anything. The ultimate goal, like, down the road is that nobody has to pay for anything. Like, the org is just fully paying for everybody's flights and stuff, but for the time being, like, you know, like, I'll probably pay for my hotel room, Simple Flips will probably pay for his own flight and hotel, stuff like that. Like, we're willing to pay for ourselves if it means that, if the budget is tighter, and it means that we have to, like, be more picky with who we actually pay to fly out. But that's the general idea, is that, like, in the future we just want the org, all the sponsorships that we get, and the ad revenue just 100% paying for everything. So what we might do is, like, the guys who are running it will just, like, we'll pay for our own flights and stuff, and then depending on how much money we make from ad revenue, we'll just, like, pay ourselves back, maybe. Yeah, we're starting a speedrunning event. I'm actually going to be working on it more when I get off stream. Right now we're just like consolidating a list of like influencers, speedrunners, and organizations that we plan on reaching out to or have reached out already. And figuring out like what kind of viewership we can get, what kind of capital we can bring in. Yeah, so I was spending a lot of time the past few days reaching out to a lot of different communities and a lot of different runners. But now we're kind of like doing more internal stuff for a little bit. It'll be easier to reach out to people when we have funding. It's gonna happen at some point this year. Yeah, we have a lot of unique ideas, yeah. Especially on site, there's a lot of stuff that we want to do to fix problems with pace. I don't want to talk too much about it, but there's going to be a lot of multiplayer involved, there's going to be a lot of like ROM hacks, there's going to be a lot of like IRL stuff. Yeah, we're trying to like make it fun for the viewers, because just like how we want to give the runners top tier respect compared to other orgs, we want to give the viewers respect too. Like, we acknowledge that the typical speedrun format, the typical speedrun marathon format is very tired. And people just kind of like see it as white noise these days. People don't really tune in anymore. So yeah, we're building this for people who are, they want to be interested in speedrunning, but they need a reason to actually tune in. Like, it's not for like new people. Like, I'm sure that it'll appeal to new people as well, but we're targeting people who are like on the way out. If that makes sense. Like, we're bearing in mind that a lot of speedrun viewers have been around for like 10 years, and they need something interesting to watch. Yeah, I think that Cheese and Simple Flips are gonna handle like people like that who know him better. Yeah, I used to know him a little better, but it's been years. Yeah, I have no idea where I stand with Simply at this point. It's been like 5 years since I've talked to him. But he's a good guy. He does a lot of good stuff for the Mario community. And, you know, like his allegiance is still like with the game. Like, he's not like, he's had moments where he's gone off and done like influencer stuff and like content shit, but he always comes back to the game. It's clear that he enjoys speedrunning. Like, you know, I trust someone like him, so I'd be more than happy to work with Simply on this for sure. There are some people that I don't want to work with at all, but yeah, there aren't many of them. There's no way, dude.
One soul. That's
It's gonna be on the East Coast, yeah. There was consideration for Vegas, but we don't want to do it in Vegas.
one here.
Generally accepted that Vegas is kind of like a last resort.
Fart. Hi.
I don't like going anywhere where I can't keep my car with me. That's just my, like, that level of freedom is just like, it's not a deal breaker, but it's like, me personally, if I gotta vote, I'm voting on the East Coast because I want my car with me. That's like pretty much like where I'm at in terms of like, I wouldn't be opposed to having it on the West Coast, but yeah. My car provides me so much freedom and like transportation and stuff, like logistically moving things around, like equipment and stuff is just important. Also, I'm just fucking, I love my car so much, like, I literally just miss it if I couldn't drive it for like a week, you know? So it was like, yeah, it's like such an important aspect of my life. Yeah, it's a Challenger. I ended up getting the V6 for gas mileage and all-wheel drive, because I live in a snowy area, like snowy, sleety, rainy. The roads get slippery. Yeah, I love the car. It's fun to drive. Fits my purposes exactly. It's a good all year round car. Like it's good for winter, summer. Like maybe in the future I'll get like a summer car, something that's like, you know, a little more muscly. But this is a nice balance for safety and practicality, long trips.
I've never seen such an electrifying match! Flying! The old clothesline move! Whoa! What an opening for a guy literally filled with openings! Oh, what an uppercut! by SpongeBob. This match is just about over. That rope.
Eh.
It's so stupid, dude.
Sponge.
Yeah, thanks. It's been a pain in my ass today. It's really annoying.
Up we go! Are you ready, kids? I can't hear.
One of the more exciting things that I'm looking forward to with this whole new event thing is, like, I was talking to Simple about this, and he thinks that, like, regardless of, like, say it costs like $500 per community to get like a poster done, he thinks that it'd be really easy to like just make the money back on that, just at least break even on something like that. That's like one of the reasons why I'm really in it. It's like, obviously I want to like have like more influence when it comes to like the direction of the speedrunning community. like host events that are more grassroots instead of just like letting it
Hey,
just get swallowed up by some like big streamer or corporation that doesn't like actually care about the hobby. Like sure, that's like part of it, and like these communities that I know and I enjoy being a part of, and they need representation as well that they won't get if it falls out of our hands. That's part of it too. But the art that comes from it as well, like you know, like the posters, the trailers, and stuff like
can't
that.
jellyfish today. I'm going fishing.
Just how we
for
present it, how
robots.
we hype people up and get people interested in what we're doing. I think there's been like a very there's been a lack of leadership in that department for like every speedrunning event, in my opinion. It could be a lot better. Too sterile, too corporate, not personal, you know.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
If they're good, yeah.
Yeah,
If they're boring, no.
I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Please move.
they'll
Go.
Hey,
Yeah, Potter is really solid. The first one's really good. I feel like Simpsons and like Potter 2 are kind of in like the same area where like
going fishing for robots.
the strats are really not that interesting, but the movement is good enough, and like the multiplayer hacks and like stuff they do with bingo could be interesting. I think that the first Potter game stands on its own 2 feet when it comes to like interesting speedrun strats and like technical movement and stuff like that. There's probably something we could do with both of those games though.
Are you ready, kids?
That's what we're working on. We're trying to organize the schedule so people are incentivized to stay the whole time, yeah. Yeah, we're working. That's one of the first things I brought up when we were starting this, is like we have to figure that out.
I make myself a
Get the
snack,
Mario people to
but
stay
there's no
earlier in the
time.
week. Get everybody else to stick around for Mario. And so forth. And the thing is, Little Cream Squirt, that wouldn't even be the first time he's done that. That wouldn't even be the first time he's done that. To me personally, too.
they'll
Go.
Like, the whole, like, subathon drama that Livestream Fails was on about, like, trying to make me look bad when I was doing my subathon a few years ago. A week after mine ended, he's like, oh, I'm doing a subathon now, and it's all for charity. Like, I'm completely absolved from doing one for money like 3 years ago, guys, trust me. Like, it's like so tired, dude. Just can't stand people like that, man. Just the worst people ever. Everything's just for public relations, you just have no soul.
Can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. How?
It's the kind of guy where I feel like he's never had his own opinion, like ever. Just go with the crowd, which is dangerous. I would never want to work with somebody like that. If you don't have your own principles, like, it's dangerous to get involved with that kind of people. Yeah, just the circus is coming to town, guys. Yeah, there are not a lot of people on that tiered popularity that I actually trust. There are very few. Moist is one of them. I trust Moist. I trust like Germa. Donkey seems pretty genuine.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
There are not a lot of people though who are like trustworthy at that point, in my opinion.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
I would love to get Donkey involved in this. I don't know if we know anybody who's like has contact with him, but Simple and I both have talked to Moist in the past about stuff, and I feel like he'd be a great fit for something like this.
You've just met the
We have to see what we can come up with. Are there other events that he's done that with that I'm not aware of? Because, like, the subathon thing was clearly because his chat was constantly, like, pestering him about, like, my subathon and, like, asking him for his thoughts on it, and, like, people just complaining about subathons in general because of, like, all the bullshit that was on livestream fails about mine. Like, that couldn't have been more obvious. Like, why else would he do that, you know? Like, he just woke up one day and decided to do it. Like, give me a break. And the pace thing was weird, like doing his little, like, whatever it was called. Doing his marathon for speedrunning, which, like, you just fucking randomly woke up and decided to do. Over the weekend of pace starting, like, that was just, like, I don't think you can really claim to be for the community when you're just, like, not even looking into that kind of stuff. Or worse yet, you're aware of it and you don't even care. Like, either way, it's just not a good look. Yeah, Pace had 400 people in attendance, so just kind of weird to ignore it like that. Just not even give it consideration.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, I don't trust people like that.
I can't hear you!
Well,
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go!
Hey!
I could totally see something where, like, if we have like a segment where like people play like some game that like Donkey's supporting, like his devs or whatever, like the indie devs or some shit. We could just include it and like see if we can secure funding if he wants to support the event. I could totally see that being a thing we could manage. Yeah, we kind of had that idea with Pace and Summit, but There's a lot of stuff going on with that. It's kind of... The GSA empire seems to be kind of crumbling at the moment. Getting anxious, man. I really just want to get a run that's like within like 20 seconds of what I'm going for here, man.
I should do it again sometime.
It's just... If I didn't miss Fast Nut, could have definitely done that in that run I had earlier.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Wait, Maximum did a speedrunning event? I wasn't aware of that. He did his Fast 50 thing. He literally announced it like a week before Pace started and started it the day that Pace started. Or like the day before.
Well,
And it was just like kind of depressing, like being at Pace and like seeing all the empty seats and thinking like, wow, if this guy really cared about speedrunning, he would have just promoted this. And like we know he knows about it because he's involved with like the Smash guys and like Gimmer and VGBC. It wasn't about helping the community, it was about helping himself. And that's just like the way he comes off all the time. He just wants to insert himself into communities and like be the savior, like be the guy, like seek validation from gamers. It's really annoying. Yeah, I just think he's really corny and obvious. Cause like I see the way he moves and I don't like it.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Like I'd much rather work with people like Moist and like Smollett, for example. I don't think any of us know Donkey, but he'd be a good candidate too, like someone that I trust would be a good choice.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, it is a little alarming, dude. Like, how many people do you know who, like, they get canceled and you're like shocked that it took people that long to see how these people move. Like, it wasn't until the cancellation where people actually noticed, like, like this guy kind of moves sus, you know? And what would that have cost, like $700? Look, I'm sorry, man, but like, all right, let's put it into perspective, right? Like, how much money would it have cost to like have somebody attend Pace? Like under $1,000. Let's just math this out real quick. I've literally given people like $500, no questions asked, no like do me a favor in return, no like come on my stream and like entertain people for me. If I had a friend who needed like a couple $100 to like make a train or like come to an event, and, like they just need a little extra to get them going, no questions asked, you know. People that are like acquaintances, I would help them like that. And I have a fraction of Ludwig's wealth, like maybe like fucking like a 20th of how much money that guy has. And like it's still like I just find that to be like so hard to like, it just doesn't register in my head, you know what I mean? Like, how much could it really cost to, like, donation drive to get somebody to come to an event? Like, $700? Which doesn't make sense to me. Like, for somebody who claims to be, like, so charitable, it just doesn't add up. It's like there's always like a favor. Somebody's got to do a favor. He has to be like gaining something in return. That's exactly what I was saying, Cream Squirt. Yeah, exactly. It's like he always wants to be like the guy. He's got to have his name on it. He's got to show people that he's the good guy.
Are you ready, kids?
And then you see the way that he treats people like Mizkif with the whole like domestic abuse scandal that wasn't real. And he like pushed that until he realized it wasn't true, and he just didn't even try to correct it.
Yeah.
It's the same thing he did with me. Like him and his friends were reacting to that live stream fails clip, just like throwing me under the bus, like trying to make me look like a bad guy. And then when they realized they were wrong about it, they just didn't even make an effort to correct it. But it's too late, you know. It's all too late. Like I've already, my brand, my image has already sustained the damage from dealing with that. This is a similar thing that like people who are close to me who used to have a lot of viewers like dealt with as well. Like they got popular enough people to like starting fights with them, and they got fucked over by somebody who was bigger than them, and then they just had to fucking deal with it. Like, no repercussions. People have so many stories of shit like that, man. I've heard too many of them over the years. Just in general, like people that used to, people who started off in my chat like not even partnered, who became partnered and became big, and then just pretend like they don't even know you after they get big. There's a good handful of people who don't act that way though. Like there's a good handful of people who just started grassroots. They don't care. They're just cool. They like to be around the community. You know. Yeah, Nycrode never did that shit. He was watching me before he was even a streamer. Before he even did SMO, he was watching me. He's not fucking acting weird and shit, you know. I should reach out to him actually. I should try to get him in this event. He'd be good. That's actually a good idea.
Are you ready, kids?
Oh, Maximum was the one raising the money. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I thought you were saying like this multi-millionaire is like raising $700. Like, guys, watch my stream. We're gonna raise money for charity. Like, it's just so tiresome, dude. Yeah, Maximum. That's valid. Yeah, for sure.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
We're starting our own event. That's what I'm referencing. I forgot to practice stuff, and it's already 5 AM. And I have stuff going on later. So yeah.
Spun.
I hate complaining about people. I know it sounds like I really enjoy it because of how much it happens, but I would much rather just put my money where my mouth is and just run this event and have it do well without being involved with like these fucking mega influencers and shit. Like, if we can run something that's totally grassroots and still successful and keep it going for a while, I'd have nothing to complain about, you know? It's like it ultimately just comes back to me. Like, I want to do more. I'm happy that there are people who surround me who want to do more. And I don't want to make this about the people that I don't like, you know? That's not how I want to be, like, promoting this kind of stuff. Like, we're not doing this out of spite, we're doing this because it needs to be done. Of course, there are going to be people who try to, like, exploit the hobby and shit, but that doesn't mean that it's their fault, you know? It's our fault for not doing anything. It falls on us. That's I want to make perfectly clear. This isn't like a fucking, like, victimhood thing. But I think that just acknowledging the dynamic that a lot of these bigger streamers have with smaller streamers and smaller communities is still valid, though. It's still valid to acknowledge it and recognize that, like, if we don't do something, if we don't have our own shit going, then it's just up for grabs. All this stuff is up for grabs at that point. Well, here's the thing about him is, like, I knew him before. I'll do more runs. I knew him before all that stuff went down. He was following me on Twitter. I'd met him in person more than once, and he didn't even reach out to me. He just went in my chat and started accusing me of stuff. And then he gaslit me when I reached out, or he reached out to me again later at a later date, just to try and get like the scoop on something that happened with Twitch. Like I didn't get paid properly, and he wanted to like report on some like thing that Twitch was like messing up on. He's like tried to reach out to me and get more information on it. I'm like, oh, but you could reach out to me for your mogul mail, but you can't reach out to me when like you're like questioning my character. You gotta come in my chat and do that to me. Just really fucking weird behavior from him. And then he gaslit me into saying like, oh, well, I was just trying to understand what was going on, man. When you go into his chat history, the first thing he said was like, you're taking this too far. Like, give me a break, dude. Like, fucking, you were in there to fucking throw me under the bus for all the live stream fail shit. Because you just have no spine. Like, you're just here to absorb the popular opinion and project it to your viewers just to fucking get more money and more influence. He's always been fucking weird like that, dude. He's always been weird ever since he fucking reacted to Uh-Oh Stinky and started averaging viewers. He's always been fucking weird to me. That was not even the first time I felt like he was kind of like condescending me, even in person either, so. But you know, it's, you just come to recognize like people change. I've changed over the years, you know. But you know, if you don't have core principles, like I can't fucking be around you, dude. The summoning salt thing was just stupid, dude. He just seems very insecure. I don't think that, maybe he recognizes this deep down, but doesn't really fully like internalize it. Like, I think he wants to be looked at as this like savior of like speedrunning, where he's like, he's the reason why all these communities are whatever, and he wants people to like revere him for his like punch out stuff, right? But I don't think he realizes that his fans aren't speedrunning fans, they're just fans of him. They're not people who are like nobody's like unironically like watching, like observing punch out as like one of the greatest speedruns of all time. Like it's a 15-minute auto scroller, essentially. Like it's not something that people are like lining up to watch for any reason other than the fact that he's somebody who runs it. It's basically the bottom line there. So like when he makes tweets about like oh it's becoming much harder to come up with concepts for videos, I'm hoping I can still deliver after making all these successful videos for the last 10 years. Like, dude, you're not the person who's like coming up with this stuff. Like, you're just reporting things that happened and just putting a narrative around it. Like, have some tact, you know what I mean? It's a little different if you're talking about your own speedruns, where like it's getting harder to like keep Punch-Out interesting and like talking about my experiences playing the game. Like, I gotta dig deep for that. Sure, that's valid, but like, I just can't get behind the notion that like you're just essentially going on speedrun.com, shopping around for people's games that you find mildly interesting, getting in touch with the communities and having them relay to you like how the strats work, who did what, where to look for certain points in history to cover. Like, it's one thing to be like, oh, it's hard coming up with my own ideas, but like, I can't get behind like reusing the same formula for every game that you've never even spent 1 minute playing, just as like creative stress, you know what I mean? I just think he feels very highly of himself, and I kind of noticed that when he kind of attacked me for commenting on the state of speedrunning and people just not wanting to even watch runs anymore, and just obsessing over the history videos and just like hearing the facts get put out in like a digestible format has almost become a replacement for actually watching the runs. And him like commenting on that, like I wasn't even talking about him personally, I was talking about my own experience, how it feels like for me personally, when people come after me and say like, why aren't you making the history videos for Battle for Bikini Bottom like you promised and whatever, and I tell them the reason why I'm not doing that is because I'm still working on the game. Like, there are still things that I feel would not work well narratively if they don't get tied up like with the actual game first. Like, it's gonna make a better video if we're talking about everything from the beginning of the game's history to 39 as opposed to like from the beginning to 4103, you know? Is that agreeable? Is it agreeable that it'll make for a better narrative if we wait a little longer, right? That's what I was commenting on. And that like the viewers have gotten to the point where it's just brain rot, where they don't even care about the runs anymore. They just want to be told facts and hear somebody's smooth voice talking over like gameplay for 20 minutes while they eat their cereal getting ready for work in the morning. That's my commentary, is that like these people aren't even fans of speedrunning anymore. It's become like news, it's become like journalism, like you just get the scoop and you don't even have to watch the game. But then his fans fucking came after me because of my take, and they're like, it's literally was just proving my point. They're just like how dare you say that, like, I have to watch speedruns. Speedruns are so boring. I just want to watch somebody talk about it. Like, you're only proving my point, dude. You think that you're, like, making me look bad by fucking coming at me with this hostility in my replies? And also, like, the way that Salt replied to me was just so disingenuous, too. He's like, what a wild take to say that people should stop making history videos so they watch your speedruns. Like, that's not what I fucking said, and you know that's not what I said. And I called him out on that too. Like, I'm not gonna have a conversation with you if you're just gonna fucking argue against a straw man. Like, I already know where this is gonna go. This is a guy who's just, he's been through a lot of false positives. He's never had any, like, kind of controversy. He just makes agreeably likable videos on speedrunning that other people have done. Like, he's never had to actually, like, debate anything or defend himself on a public stage before. And he doesn't have to, because his fans are just gonna fucking lick his butthole. Just fight for him, so he doesn't have to defend himself. Like, he's not a personality, he's just a fucking YouTuber. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, I like speedrunning, but I don't watch runs. I just watch history videos. Like, that's not the way it was 9 years ago. It's like, what's the solution to that? I don't know. We gotta figure it out. But at the same time, like, am I not allowed to comment on it? Like, am I not allowed to comment on the state of the culture? It's almost like he saw it as a brand threat. Like, me raising concern about something that I've noticed, and apparently a lot of other people have noticed too. That's kind of annoying. Like, if you're just like a fucking YouTuber making videos on people's speedruns, they're the ones who are getting all the viewers and all the money now, and it's not, it used to be the other way around, but now that's how it is now. And he like saw that as like a threat, you know? Like, he saw it as like, he's trying to tear down this this like social norm that I started, and like it's still my business, and him having an opinion on it is a threat to me, and like I just came off as really insecure. Because like clearly he fucking didn't read what I said, or he read it and chose to misinterpret it. And, like, somebody with that kind of influence is just like acting that way is always just fucking facepalm. But yeah, there are a lot of people who watch speedrun history videos and don't actually care about speedruns, for sure. Like I just said, like, I don't think that he realizes that the majority of his fans are not fans of speedrunning, they're just fans of him. He could literally speedrun Minesweeper and people will fucking go crazy because it's just him doing it. He's just an influencer, he's a fraud. And it just gets kind of fucking tiresome. People defending that kind of shit. Like, all he does is just comment on other people's runs. That's all he does. He runs a 15-minute game that's more or less a glorified auto-scroller and makes videos on other people's speedruns that they've spent 10+ years grinding every day, who are struggling to stream. Like, the fact that people like Inkstar have like 80 viewers in modern times. I'm fucking lucky to even have a stream at this point, man. I'm fucking lucky to be able to do these subathons and have a stream at this point. But it's really disheartening, not just to like me, but other speedrunners who are trying to get into the hobby. To see the world record holders of some of the most important games ever just like, just not have any kind of support. So yeah, I think the solution to that is obviously like, these guys who do these runs have to make their own videos, but I still think it's also equally true that, like, you gotta have a little bit of tact and humility. If your entire channel is based off of like journalism, basically, you're just
Here's another one.
keeping track of other people's accomplishments and like I don't really care if it takes 200 or 300 videos to make an hour-long video. Like, I've been there, I've done that. That's still nothing. That's a drop in the bucket compared to how much time these guys put into these games. It's like, clearly there's somebody winning from this exchange. Like, clearly. Carl is somebody who actually has skin in the game, though. And he's not somebody who's trying to, like, seem all, like, high and mighty. Like, he's very honest about, like, the implications of what he does when he makes videos. He's not, like, trying to, like... Here's the difference between Carl Jobs and Summoning Salt. When Carl Jobs makes a video about cheating, he's joking about, like, oh, somebody cheats so I have content to feed my family. Like, that's how he handles it. He's not trying to make himself seem like he's better than anybody. He's not, like, hailing himself as, he's pretty down to earth, and he understands, like, his role in the speedrunning community. He's not trying to make himself seem like it's anything more than just, like, he's just a YouTuber at this point, right? Salt just comes off like he thinks he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. He's not humble with his approach, and that's why I don't like him. Aside from all the shit that he did to me personally with, like, unleashing his fans on me in that thread, when he clearly chose to misinterpret what I was saying just for the sake of forwarding his own agenda. Like, Carl is just generally more honest, and he's more likable as a person. Like, I totally understand it, like, you know, it's your job, you gotta make videos that are gonna be successful. But yeah, it's just... You gotta at least have some self-awareness there, you know? He just comes off as somebody who's insanely gassed up. And it's hard to like people who are like that, who are just not at least, like... There are definitely people who are overrated for sure in content creation, music, TV, whatever it is, but there's a big difference between somebody who's overrated and is aware of it, is self-aware of it, and people who just think that they're like the greatest thing ever because people just give them so much attention and validation. Yeah, that's really annoying to me when people act that way. I don't really care how big you think you are, how important you think you are, but it just really hammers it home for me the way that he's treated me personally. Is just really fucking cringe, so of course I'm not gonna have anything nice to say about him. Yeah, and there are plenty of speedrun videos about, like, journalistic videos about speedrunning that are made by people who actually play the games too. I mean, Moist has commented on this when he was watching my videos about this game in a much kinder way, where he says he prefers to watch videos on these games that the people who are making them are the people who are also playing them. He's getting an inside scoop, which is a much more kind way of saying it than I say it, but someone's got to say it. Carl is much more relatable. He's earned his stripes. Like, he's ran a legitimately, like, highly competitive game that is, you know, it's like Perfect Dark and GoldenEye are two of the most respected games of all time, you know. And there's actual, like, substance to them, you know what I mean? Yeah, Carl's valid. I have nothing wrong with Carl. No issues with that guy. I don't like some of the videos that he makes where he's talking about, like, cheating and stuff. Just in principle, like, it's a tough spot where you have to kind of expose it, but I feel like these people can just be exposed, and that's it. Like, we don't need to, like, glorify them for being cheaters. But I think that Carl is pretty self-aware of the implications of the videos he makes, though. Like, we can disagree on the kinds of videos he makes and still not have a problem with him as a person. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure there are plenty of people who don't like the fact that I get mad at this game on my stream openly, and, like, yell into the microphone and stuff, but... You know, there are some things that we can agree to disagree on, because we're not perfect, but there are some things that just feel like, you know, I take that personally, or, you know, I don't literally take it personally, but, like, it does kind of hit close to home when, like, somebody can just, like, take, like, all of your effort in something and just like put minimal effort into even understanding it, like playing it, getting past the Dunning-Kruger curve, becoming part of the community, getting involved and knowing people who play the game. Like, I mean, it just boils down to this. Like, how do you treat people when you need something from them, and how do you treat people when you don't need something from them? If Salt's going into somebody's Discord server and saying, hey guys, I was on speedrun.com browsing content for my next video, and I thought this game was mildly interesting. Would anybody in this community be interested in helping me make a video for my channel? And everybody's like starstruck and willing to like bend over for him and help him with that. Sure, like whatever. That's one thing where like, if you need something from somebody and you act nice to them, that's one thing. But if you don't need something from somebody and you treat them like shit, and furthermore, you're just like on social media, like just like making these like tone-deaf tweets about like how great of a content creator you are and how important your speedruns are. Like there are runners who have accomplished infinitely times more impressive things than he's accomplished as a speedrunner, and they carry themselves with so much more tact and humility. Like he's living in his own world because his fans aren't speedrunners, they're just fans of him. That's why I don't like him. Because he just seems like somebody who's just living in his own world. Like his bubble isn't burst. And like I've been there too, man, trust me. On a smaller scale I've been there too. But you know, it doesn't excuse you for acting that way. I don't know, it's kind of insane to me when like Suiji 5 out of 5 gets like a fraction of the traffic that he gets for like gold splitting in IL. You know what I mean? It's so obvious. It's so obvious where the media direction is for speedrunning right now. It's literally like who are it's like when Dream was fucking speedrunning and everybody's like Dream is the best speedrunner because he makes the videos with the highest number of views. Like it's just so fucking tiresome, dude. He's like low-key the modern day Dream, but it's a little less obvious. Minus the cheating, of course. Like he's just not involved in any of these communities. And like, yeah, I don't want to put like other people, I don't want to involve other people, but there are other people who make speedrun videos who actually take the time to learn the game. And you can tell that like there's actual like interest in these games they select. They're not just like doing it because they think that their audience is gonna like enjoy it. They're doing it because they like the games too. Of course, like you pick things like partially based on your audience, but the more you lean into doing things for views, and the less you lean into doing things because you actually enjoy it, the less I can respect you. Just on principle. I have a hard time respecting that. Yeah, that too. And like, interestingly, when you point that out, it almost seems like the most diehard fans of stuff are people who are following like commentary and reaction stuff. Isn't that interesting that like the most like the craziest fans are for people who are literally just like behind a webcam, not even involved with this shit. They're just reacting. That's the whole like commentary channel formula in a nutshell. Like just like picking a person on the internet who you find mildly interesting, whether it be for good reasons or bad reasons, just commenting on it for an hour. Salt's literally doing the same fucking thing but with speedrunning. And it's arguably worse because like these people who speedrun are doing like 10 times more the work than just like the average like fucking dude who's just like playing variety on their stream and like eventually has a video made about them, right? It's just commentary, but for people who are doing high effort content. And he's reaping all the benefits of it. Yeah, Easy's actually involved with the communities he's part of. He actually runs the games. He shows up to the events in person. He actually has a face. He's streaming on Twitch, just doing runs, like, regardless of whether it's like profitable for him. Like he's not like what reason does he have to stream on Twitch? Like he has a successful YouTube channel, you know. Puts time into his games. Even when they're not like his own game, you know, he exits his comfort zone. he's not trying to be seen as like this like guru of like it's just something about the presentation of people who just like or like the way that like Salt moves. I can't get behind it. And for many years I've disliked his fans. Like this isn't just like a recent thing that's come up. I didn't have an opinion on him personally until recently. His fans have always been insufferable. The way they treated Trey for making his history videos on Sunshine. Like, you can't make history videos. That's summoning Salt. He's the one who does that. And like, Trey's been fucking playing the game for like 6+ years at that point. Like, make it make sense to me, like how somebody who's been playing a game for 6 years isn't allowed to make a video on their own game, right? It doesn't make any fucking sense. So I've been saying for the last 8 years, like, Salt's fans are cancerous, but I didn't have any personal interactions with him until recently, and then it hit me. I'm like, oh, the reason why his fans suck is because he fucking sucks, and his fucking fans are just a reflection of him. It's always the case, dude. Like when I was sitting on my stream saying diaper, poopy diaper, and my whole chat's like, yeah, man, I'm gonna fucking whip out my smeggy wiener. Like it's literally always a reflection of the streamer, dude. It's always a reflection of the streamer. Or the content creator. Like what's... The stuff that's happening in the chat is like always a reflection of the streamer. Every time, dude.
I can't hear you.
Stuff, like, it just comes down to, like, is this person actually interested in what they're doing, or is it just an episode in their next wheel of content? And, like, that's not a deal breaker for me. I'm not gonna hate on somebody just for, like, making YouTube videos, but if you're gonna do that, you gotta be the most humble person under the sun, dude. You gotta be beyond humble to be in a position where you're just literally making videos on other things that people have done. Like, imagine if, like, the person who, like, created The Last Dance, or just this, like, fucking pompous person who's, like, he thinks to himself when he goes to bed at night, yes, Michael Jordan would be nothing without me. That's the way fucking Salt comes off to me, dude. Like, he just low-key thinks that he's the reason why these communities are even interesting. Like, discounting the thousands of hours that have been put into these games. Yeah, Trey's videos are good.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Like, there are some people with egos where I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, you're fucking LeBron James. Like, I understand, you know. You know, if Suiji had an ego, I'd understand that too, you know what I mean? But he's actually a very humble person, so... That's like the next level up is like, I can understand why some people would have egos for their accomplishments, but... Some people really are just humble without faking it, and that's like... That only gives me more of a reason to like you at that point, you know? But I can still understand it, man. I can still understand it. If you've gotten every record in Mario 64 and you have an ego, like, I could totally, like, I can accept that and still get along with you, you know? Just a fortunate case that that's not the case for him. Like, he actually is a very humble person, but... If you have an ego and you're not even playing these games and you're just making videos on them, that's where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line, dude. Especially when, like, you're fucking, like, going on Twitter and bragging about your gold splits and shit. Like, are you kidding me, dude? Like, there's no competitive speedrunner who's like patting themselves on the back that hard for something that small. There's nobody who's doing that, dude. Because the people who need validation like that, they don't have the motivation to play these games. They're just weak-minded. Imagine if I had to, like, go on Twitter and post about every dead run that I had, every gold split that I get. You know, like, just, like, seeking attention non-stop for my, like, not even accomplishments, just, like, steps in the right direction. You wouldn't last 2 seconds in a game that's actually competitive. You're not gonna last if you need validation to do these things. That's like the easiest sign that somebody's a fraud, is that if they're constantly, like, if their head's not down, if they're not locked in, Like every little like step that they go and need some kind of like, yeah man, keep going. Like these are the people that I just automatically assume are frauds. Like if they came to other games, they wouldn't last a chance. I mean, like, gold splits don't fucking mean anything. Like, it's just even like, I'm beyond that, dude. Like, it's just about, the quality of the runner. Like, high quality runners don't obsess over stuff like that. High quality runners don't need attention for every run they do. High quality runners don't even need attention for the world records they get. Like, if you want to, like, truly be a stoic, I will say, though, man, I'm gonna pop off when I get sub 40. I think that after 11 years, what it'll probably be by then, I think that's pretty deserved, dude. Like, sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes it's absolutely worth it, but if you pop off for everything that you do, you're not gonna last. You're just straight up not gonna last. You're not gonna last the long run. It just seems very performative. I used to be that way when I first started. It didn't last more than a year. I used to highlight every gold split I got and like talk about my paces on Twitter every single day. Like, I feel like sometimes it's worth updating and shit, but like, some people just like, they really need validation to keep going, and I just think that's just like the mark of somebody who's weak, is that they have to constantly seek validation to like have motivation to continue speedrunning. That's just a weakness there. And coming from somebody who used to be that way, like, I'm telling you, like, the faster you grow out of that, the better you'll get at your game. But yeah, people who just, like, really, really have to insist upon themselves like that. The ones who have been through the hardships that require you to just put your head down and focus. Like, no amount of validation is gonna force me to get this sub 41. No amount of validation is worth it to get sub 40. Like, especially when I have other options for validation, I can get like far. I mean, like, we literally had this conversation every day about like we just want you to be happy and wear the hat. That's just a fucking waterfall of validation there. That's like the next level up, is like when you have other means. That's what gets a lot of people to stop speedrunning, actually. Is like they pass the test of like being able to get through it without validation, but when there's a source of validation that doesn't require you to do this torturous activity, that's the next level deeper. And like, I wouldn't blame anybody who would stop speedrunning if they had that kind of an incentive to do something else that's not nearly as torturous, but it just adds another layer of respect for me when like people clearly have alternatives and they still come back to it. Like Simply, you know what I mean? Simply has no reason to keep speedrunning, but he still does it. And I find that very admirable that he still does. Like, he may not be like grinding every single day and shit, but like he still enjoys the hobby clearly. Like, I find that very respectable that he still plays. You can never really know, like who someone is until they have alternatives, man. Because people lie to themselves, and like it's not always clear who they are, even to themselves. I'm not even trying to be deep, it's just true. That shouldn't even be considered deep at this point. That's just like a cold take, you know? A lot of people just don't even know what they do in a situation until they have it. Like, my moment for that, like my mask off moment for me was Movie Madness. Like, having the financial security of just like not having to like pretend, you know what I mean? Even if I wanted to pretend, even if speedrunning were just like pretend to me, I wouldn't have to pretend anymore after that point. And like, what's the result of Movie Madness, right? I get a little more feisty with people, I get a little more annoyed on my stream, like, I'm not worried about like being perceived a certain way anymore. I just do my thing, I just speedrun, but I'm still speedrunning and I'm arguably putting more effort into it than I was before all that stuff anyway. It's like, the way that I observe it, like other people are probably gonna observe it differently. You know, I get different feedback from different people. Like, you're so like miserable now, but like, okay dude, I'm just being honest with you, like the game is miserable now. Like, what do you want? Like, all the feedback that I get is just like, can I give you a buzz cut? Can you wear the hat? And you're not smiling. Like if that's the criticism people are gonna give me, after like attaining this level of success, then like fuck it, dude. Like I think I'm pretty much the same as I was 8 years ago, just a little older and a little smarter. And like I'm not the kind of person who thinks like if you don't think exactly the way that I do, I hate your guts. Like that's not me at all. But we all have our lines that we draw in the sand, you know. And like that's one thing to me that's just like, I've been somebody who's literally gotten these records that have taken tens of thousands of hours to get. And I've also made my own videos about the history of the game, and I will tell you, it's not even comparable. Like when people try to make the argument like, well, these guys who make the history videos on these games, it's a lot of effort to make these videos. No, it's fucking not. It is not a lot of effort at all compared to how much effort it takes to actually play the fucking game, dude. It is not any effort whatsoever. What is it going to take, like 200 to 300 hours to make an hour to 2 hour long video? Even less time if it's less than that.
3 years running. Thank you.
I've been there, I've done that. I know how much time it takes to make these videos with intermediate video editing skills. I know how long it takes. I know that it's annoying getting the right takes. I know like it's meticulous setting everything up and presenting it the right way and doing the research. I've done all of that. But you know what's fucking harder than that? Literally just take any single strat in the game. Like SBA. How many hours do you think I've taken just to practice SBA to be able to do that in runs? At least 1,000, like more time than like 95% of people have put into the game, just on that one strat. How much time do you think, like 1,000 hours, like, right? If I spent those 1,000 hours that were spent just practicing that one trick, just taking my abilities of video editing to doing the same thing that these other guys are doing with like making like journalistic videos on speedrunning, how much more popular do you think my YouTube channel would be? How much more money do you think I'd be making? But no, I'm just sitting here practicing the stuff that they talk about for 5 seconds in a longer video that gets 5 million views. And if you don't think there's something wrong with that, I don't know how else I could spell it out for you. And above all of that, like, I'm totally fine with everything I've just listed. But it's contingent on the fact that you are humble and you recognize your place in the speedrunning community. Like, you're not the fucking center of attention. You're not the greatest thing since sliced bread for fucking putting together the information. You're just a guy who's only able to make a living because of the accomplishments other people make. And that's all you are.
Number 1.
You gotta know your place. And somebody like Carl knows his place. He gets it. Because he actually went through the trials. He actually went through the process of ironing out his gameplay in a highly competitive speedrun. He knows his place. He's self-aware to the fact that, like, when he makes cheating videos, he's just essentially waiting for people to cheat to make them, and like he understands the implications of like making that stuff more popular when they don't deserve the attention. He gets it, but he's also based about it. Like, guys, I speedran for all those years. I'm like however the fuck old I am now. I have kids. Like, my priorities have shifted, and that's just honesty on display. That's all I want, is just honesty. Honesty and humility is like, that's all I care about, you know. I just don't like people who are moving sus. If you're gonna move sus, put it out in the open, you know, and let us make our own decision. Don't like mask it. Yeah, that's what I mean, is like, you have to have some tact, dude. Like, I go through the same thing with speedrunning, where like, there are a lot of guys who've played this game over the years that I haven't gotten along with, but I still have to acknowledge that if it weren't for their contributions to the game, I wouldn't be able to beat the game in under 40 minutes. Like, I'm absolutely not going to credit them with the success of my stream, because I've proven time and time again that I don't need to stream this game to be successful. But it is inarguable at this point that, like, sub 40 wouldn't be happening without the discoveries of the community. You could probably argue that sub 50 could have happened without the discoveries of the community. Like, we could have eventually figured that out. But this is way too tight of a game to unironically argue that, like, even with the people that I've made enemies with over the years playing this game, who have like found strats and stuff, like, it still wouldn't be happening without them. Like, you need to have the humility to be able to admit that, you know what I mean? But here's how it goes both ways, right? I'm able to give that respect to people that I don't necessarily get along with, but a lot of people who don't get along with me can't give me the same in reverse. Like, they won't admit that the reason why I'm good at the game is because I'm actually good at it. And they like try to come up with excuses for like, oh, he plays this way and plays that way, and he plays this number of hours, and he's been playing for this many years, and somebody would have just done it anyway, and he's like actually oppressing us because he's taking our viewers, and like it's you just learn over time to just not fuck with disrespectful people and just divert your attention elsewhere. Like, find somewhere else to divert your attention. And you know, like, it's just gonna come to show, like, when I put my efforts into like running like the other events that I want to run for just speedrunning in general. Because I think at this point, like, my name has transcended speedrunning, and a lot of speedrunners, like, who don't even know what this game is, know who I am. I can do a lot greater good for a lot of more people who appreciate me a lot more if I divert my attention to those people instead of working with people who don't appreciate me. I still have to give them my respect, but like, that doesn't mean that I have to interact with them, you know? Yeah, it's like accepting money to continue reporting on things that you, like, it's just... Like, sure, it's artistic, like, being able to put together a series of events and make it interesting to talk about is artistic and it's valid, but all I ask is that you recognize where you stand with the people who actually did that shit, you know? Because there are people like Tomato Annis, so again, like, he knows his place and he likes talking about these games, and he just comes off as somebody who's much more down to earth than Salt is. Again, like, it's a personality thing. It's not even necessarily the stuff these guys are doing. It's like the personality is the problem, you know. The way you treat people when you don't need anything in return is a very big tell of what kind of a person you are. And that guy just came off as very immature to me. And then when you see the way that his fans gas him up, like, I can kind of understand why. It's very easy to think highly of yourself when you're essentially part of a very small speedrunning community with a fuck ton of fans. Like, he's like absolutely min-maxing that shit. Where like his game has like 100 runners, which I'm sure most of those guys don't even take the game seriously, they're just his fans playing it. And he has like millions of people watching those videos. He's min-maxed to the point where like he's getting like maximum validation for like the least difficult thing that he could possibly do. So that's like of course you're gonna have an ego if you're in that situation, you know. Compared to somebody like Inkstar, who's like playing one of the hardest games of all time for speedrunning and gets like no validation for it and still plays it. Like which person would you rather hang out with and talk to, you know? I don't want to bring any of my friends in the middle of this, but like that's just like, I feel like the answer's obvious, you know what I mean? Like, who's gonna be more down to earth in that situation, just naturally speaking?
Now the robot's taking a beating out there.
I just gravitate more to people who do things because they want to, not because they feel like they have to. For like publicity or money or attention, whatever the currency is. Like, when your currency is just seeing the thing that you work on get better, I tend to relate the most to those people. And they tend to be the nicest people to be around.
The old clothesline move.
These days, like, I've been there, dude. Like, I've been on this website averaging 3,000 or 4,000 viewers speedrunning every day for a period of time. I've had over 1,000 viewers average multiple times in my career. You know, I've had the fucking... I've had all that shit. I've had videos that have gotten over 1 million views, or almost 1 million views. It doesn't make me feel any different. It doesn't it doesn't make me feel any different than it, like I feel better like fucking getting a run that I'm really happy with. Like it's like 20,000 views as opposed to fucking a million, right?
Oh, nice flying head thing move by Patrick.
Like the video that's gonna come out of all the stuff that I'm doing here someday. Like it just feels like due diligence to me. Like not necessarily a chore, but like it's expected of me to do it. Like I owe myself making that thing. Whereas like it feels like for some people like their speedruns are just like get the run so you can make the content on it, you know what I mean? If you enjoy the game and you like being part of the community, that's fine, but that just doesn't motivate me. Like I'm not like running this any percent to get this sub 41 so I can make a video talking about my accomplishments right after I do it, you know what I mean? That's not the goal here. But it will be really nice to look back on all this someday. Like have a video that just like, while it's all still fresh in memory, cover everything that I'm thinking and feeling about the game. So I can someday go back to a time in my life when this was all just like consuming my every thought and just like put myself back there, you know? That's what's exciting to me is like having such a detailed account of something that meant this much to me and just like having it there to come back to it and also be able to share that with people in a way that's like gonna help you think about the way that you play your games and the way that you make your videos and whatnot. Like that's really what I'm here for, is like trying to take my experiences and make them something that's actually valuable. Because if it's only valuable to me, like that's cool and all, but I think it'd be selfish to only think of it that way, where like I get the run and feel good about it, you know, like there's gotta be more to it than just that. But it's definitely not my primary motivation. Like I don't really care if this video gets like 5 views, I really don't care. It'll obviously get more than 5 views. It'll probably get more than 50,000 views, but like it doesn't really matter how many it gets to me. I just want it to exist, you know. I think that kind of attitude is what makes things successful anyway, so that's what made me a streamer to begin with. Like I just wanted this game to have some kind of validation and be noticed for how good it is as a speedrun. And that just led to me growing a stream anyway. It hasn't failed me yet, you know. That attitude hasn't failed me yet. Yeah, it has to be a selfless act, otherwise it's not even going to be a good chronicle anyway. I want people to know what happened, but it almost feels like people's primary motivation is to like obtain clout over people knowing what happened as opposed to just doing it the right way, you know? Like this video is like 10 hours long and repels everybody who's just looking for like a 20-minute like quickie. Like I don't really care. I'd rather have 3 valuable people who actually make it to the end of a 10-hour video than like a bunch of nonsense people just like who are like Salts fans who are gonna complain if they have to actually watch a run. This is boring. Nothing's happening. Where's the voice talking about the splits? It's just tiresome. My left eye in particular is really fucking dry right now. I'd rather have a good community of 300 people than a fucking shithole of like 3,000 people. Because I've had both, dude. I'm not even just saying that. I'm literally telling you, like, that's how I feel based on my own experience. I don't think this is working. It's one of those where it could actually work, but it probably won't. Yeah, I'm not looking for people to think that like the way that I do things is better than the way other people do things necessarily, but I want to live in a world where I don't have to explain myself, because I feel like this stuff would have just been common feelings that people have about their speedruns and what they're creating on this website like 8-10 years ago. I feel like that would have been more common and more acceptable. But it almost feels like these days, like I'm required to explain my thinking behind all this stuff because it's just so far gone from what's socially acceptable. Like if you're not chasing clout, you're just wasting your time. That's just how people treat me these days, at least. I wouldn't have needed to give somebody an explanation for this like fucking 5 years ago. Of course not. But now I do because the view count's not what people expect it to be, I guess. Now I have to explain myself. And that's like really what frustrates me, is that I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one who feels like this hobby has been perceived as more and more of a degenerate activity over the years, where people who are just making videos on it are getting all the credit for the hobby, and the ones who are actually doing it are kind of like seen as fucking degenerates. And you can just tell by the way that they talk about us when they criticize the fact that like these speedrunning streams are so uneventful. Like if you actually had respect for it and felt the need to actually be involved with it, like you wouldn't be saying those kinds of things about it. So yeah, I don't think the solution is sitting here and complaining though. Which is why I hate talking about this. I would much prefer to take action. I'm organizing a live event with people. I think that it's gonna long term do good for us, but yeah, I don't know, man. We might just be cooked. As long as there's an incentive to make money off of this stuff, that's like, you're essentially just a parasite to all the effort that goes into it. It's just way too easy, dude. It's way too fucking easy. Like, we're not like NBA players, you know? Like, we haven't made our millions. Like Michael Jordan makes like millions of dollars and then retires, and then somebody makes a documentary on him and also makes millions of dollars. Like, it's not like that at all, dude. Way too much ranting today. I did get a run that got a 41 though, and the splits are looking better. I just need to not miss tricks by 1 frame, dude. Man, it's just like, if I could just stop missing things by 1 frame, my life would be so much easier. Alright, take care everybody. Thank you. I'll see you soon.